These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How's it going, guys? Welcome to this week's episode of the Retro Build and Chill. Thanks for joining. Who have we got in tonight? We've got a couple of people in already. I can see Lee Swetnam has already commented and said hi. Thanks for joining, mate. Appreciate it. How's everybody? What you vaping on tonight? Still rocking the Pulse AIO. See if my camera gets working properly. There we are, Pulse AIO. Just a normal Vessel 2 bridge in there. I am vaping on. Put that there. So, the juice that I'm rocking in there is one by Darkstar, and it's a white chocolate raspberry donut. So this was a Labs, which did make a return. So that is available if you followed Darkstar. So let's get rid of that and put that back on. There we are. So you're vaping the Siren, are you, from Early Bird? So you mean you messed up the build, you have to try it again? That's nice. So guys, I haven't got any special drink tonight. I've been so busy, and then when I went out, I completely forgot to pick up some drinks. So I'm just drinking on a Lucozade tonight, keep me hydrated. You know, nothing special. Like I say, I've been extremely busy. Too big a coil. What, you're running in it, a 3mm, 2.5mm? I think for bridges though, 2.5mm are quite good for bridges. And that's what I'm rocking in this, in the V2 Vessel. Rocking a 2.5 28 gauge for Alien in that, and it tastes really, really good. Is it the resistance you're aiming for, Lee? Or is it just the size you put in? Thanks everybody that is joining. So like I say, nothing special to drink. I'm just drinking Lucozade because my brain hasn't been working. So, you know, it is what it is, guys. Hopefully next week I'll have something better to drink. So people are coming in. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So as always, guys, the best way to support this channel is to like and subscribe, comment and share. Don't forget to do that. It's the best way to support the channel. Right, guys, let's get on. So if you've come before, obviously you have. Obviously I'm working with one camera setup, so we'll be moving you, getting you to higher places, and we'll get started, guys. So looking at the thumbnail, does anybody want to have a quick guess of what tank that is on the thumbnail? Maybe if you've been following me on social media, you might know, maybe. Right, so. So you can still hear me, can't you, guys? Because I've knocked the dongle for the mic, so I'm just making sure everybody can Yeah, Lee, it is the Troll. You are right. Anybody tried the Troll, or the Troll X is what it actually is? The Troll X. So why is my... There we are, that's how I want it. So yes, it is the Troll audio. Can you still hear me, guys? I keep knocking the dongle for the mic just because of the switchover and stuff. There we are, that's working a lot better. So I'm just moving stuff around, getting everything into place. And let's have a look. So yeah, it is the Troll. It's the Troll X. So here we are. This is it. So normally I keep my stuff in pop tubs, but I haven't got any pop tubs. So the tank is currently living in its box. I have used it before. Let's get this focus working all right. So yes, it's gone a bit dark. I don't know why. So it's the Troll X RTA by Wotofo. So let's have a quick look. This is how it comes. TPD version for the UK. So it comes with a PCTG tank on there. So I've got this in gold. I did get a couple, a blue one as well, but this is the gold one that I opened. There we are. So you get a bubble glass in there. This is in a separate box, but yeah, this increases the capacity from 2 mils to I think 4.5 mils, if I remember correctly. And then in the bottom is all your goodies, all your spares, coils, cotton. Let's get this. Trying to get this focused. So cotton, coils, spares, coil cutting tool, user guide. So I will show you this spares thing. This is an airflow slot which I will need after we've had a look. So has anybody ever used a Troll X that is watching? I'll just get rid of that temporarily. And we'll have a look at the deck and then obviously swap out. So it is 24 millimeters in diameter. There we are. It says Troll X, Wotofo, all that good stuff. Triple airflow. So there's 3. It's not parallel. So you've got one there, one there, one there, which is free. So you've got a stopping point on each side, fully open and fully closed. And whatever you adjust on one side is the same across the board there. So there we are. Drip tip, which is normal for Wotofo. They normally have these types of drip tip for the time. It's about 5 years old, this tank. Slide top fill, which is that, which is not a big fan of, but yeah, it's a slide top like that. Let's have a look at the deck. So this is the deck, similar curved as many others. 4-post design, hex screws, and some nice decent wicking ports there to tuck your cotton in. So it's a GTA sort of style sort of deck, so it's elevated, it's not hitting the bottom. So the juice will go down into the base there, into that open space, and then wick from underneath, like that. So we'll get rid of the PCTG tank off there. So it is plastic, 2mm TPD compliant for us here in the UK. So basically that's what the barrel looks like. You've got a troll face on there, bit of knurling on the top cap. This is all one piece. So the only bit of branding is on there. If anybody's ever had the V1, no, it said troll on there. But I do actually just like the logo of the troll there. Nice conical chimney there. Should help with good flavour. And that's it more or less, guys. I'm going to put the bubble glass on there, like so. Bubble glass is on there. So, like I say, you do have your airflow at the bottom here, but you can also dial it in here. So this centerpiece actually pops out, and it's on a ball bearing sort of setup and slide on a rail. So I'm just going to slide that off there like that. So like that. So hence that's why you get that extra piece in the spares. So this is just a slotted design, so it's wide open. I've already used it with this airflow insert, and it is very airy, wide open. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using this honeycomb airflow slot, and as you can see in the spares you get O-rings, a hex key and extra screws. So I'm just going to cut that open and grab that airflow bit just there without grabbing anything else out of there, which I am. Catching the O-rings. I'm trying to bring the O-rings out at the same time. There we are. So that's the one that I want, which is the honeycomb style. Leander, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. So I'm not going to use that one. I'm just going to pop that one away. So that should smooth out the airflow pretty nice. So I'm just going to put these things away in the box, so then I can get the box out of the way. So we'll have a bit more of a closer look here. So as you can see there, there's a sort of like a nick and a rail sort of situation there on both sides, and then we've got some ball bearing bits just there that it slides into. So all this does is it goes on that rail like so. So it just slides in like that. It can be a bit fiddly. Pop that on there like that. Make sure that's in there, and making sure that you've got it on the right way, because I believe it only slides a certain way, and you've also got to make sure it is on that rail system just there. So it can be a bit fiddly. And let's see if we can slide this in. So it's been awkward as always because I'm on a live. So let me just put my goggles on so I can get a bit of a closer look. So it wasn't precise on that rail there. So there we are. So I'm on that rail just there, and then that ball bearings will help it snap into place like so. And there we are. So I've changed out that under airflow for that honeycomb one. And that is the deck, guys. And it screws on like that at the bottom, and that's it with the bubble glass, which will increase the capacity. Now there is a little nick just there to tell you where to slide, but the easiest way to remember where the slide is, because it isn't very clear, is look for the troll face and then just slide back, and then you've got those membrane there, those pussy flaps just there to fill up. And that's what we're going to be building on today, guys. So let's get started with the coil build. So today's coil build, I'm going to be doing a Fralian. I'm doing a 28 gauge Fralian. So hopefully this week's build won't go completely tits up like it did last week. But what I'm finding is that I am going way too quickly, and I'm not giving myself enough time to do what I want to do. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to be going fast. I'm going to be taking my time and then working from there. So here, so you can see everything that I'm doing. Slightly different setup if you've joined my lives before, and it's a bit different. But yeah, this is what we're setting up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my ribbon first, which is going to be, I'm going to be using 28 gauge for my frames, NI80. I'm going to be using 0.3 ribbon, which I'm going to be using 3 pieces folded in half to make 6 pieces. And then I'm going to wrap the outside with 36 gauge NI80. Hi Aussie Cook, thanks for joining me, I appreciate it. Have a quick vape. So like I say, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to set up my ribbon, show you what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, what I'm going to do with my ribbon, get the ribbon set up and my frame set up, my 28 gauge frame set up. Then I'll do my decor. So I've already got a piece of 26 gauge. So the reason why I'm doing my decor for 26 gauge is with the ribbon wire and the 28 gauge frame, it's about thickness of like a 3-core alien, just a normal 26 gauge 3-core alien. So that's what I'm going to be doing my decor off a 26 gauge. So the stretch will be right perfect as if you're doing like a normal 26 gauge alien, if that makes sense, guys. I'm trying not to confuse anybody. So let's get the ribbon sorted out. So I've got 0.3 ribbon, NI80 wire from Stealth Vape. Good wire, nice, affordable, decent wire. So let's get some pieces out. So I'm going to be folding them in half. So I need 3 long pieces, which will make my 6-ply wire. Vapor Mix Evening, how we doing, mate? Thanks for joining. So I'm going to need some pliers. I'm going to use scissors to cut my ribbon. It just works better than using a pair of pliers because it can nick the wire. It just gives a nice cleaner cut on there. So I'm just going to grab my ribbon wire, make sure it's flat. I'm going to be cutting this weird end piece off here like that to keep it all nice and neat. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be pulling out about 65 centimeters of ribbon wire. So I will be straightening this wire, but I won't be doing it on the spool. I'll be doing once it's off the spool, because I don't want to mess up any of my wire that's already on the spool. So that's one piece just there. So hence why I am straightening it out, because it's all curled up there like that. So I'm just going to measure out another piece, and it'll give me extra for chuck, cutting pieces off and making everything nice and neat and uniformed. So that's my second piece just there. Thanks for joining. I appreciate that, Vapor Mix. I know it's slightly new to you, all this building stuff. So hopefully you'll learn something here, mate. Get you a bit more in the know of rebuildables. So that's me third piece just there. So that's my three pieces. As you can see, they're all spiraled, hence why I want to straighten out the wire, which I'll be using with just 2 pliers, and then I'll be pulling it and stretching it and making it nice and stretched. Now this can be fiddly, first time using it if you're not used to ribbon wire. I was once scared of ribbon wire, should I say. It was just way too much to deal with. So I'm just going to take one piece like that, running my fingers down just to keep it all nice and straight. And then I'm just going to very carefully grab the other end with my other pliers. Like that. And then very carefully straightening it out without spiraling it or getting it all knotted like that. So it's nice and straight like that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a slight pull. You don't need to pull it too tight, you just need to give it a slight pull. There we are, like that. So that's more or less straight. Piece number 2. So you want to do that 3 times, obviously. It just makes it easier for stacking and getting everything nice and straight. Working with ribbon wire, you've heard me say it a lot. The work is in the preparation of the wire. And if you've joined my other live streams, you can tell if your preparation is sloppy, then you will have issues. So again, I'm just going to pull it and be very, very careful like that. And then again, I'm not just going to pull too tight, just give it a slight pull and then let it go. So that's my second piece just there. Yeah, but that's because you're not familiar with building at the moment. Anybody that doesn't know, I will mention just now, doesn't know Vapor Mix. Vapor Mix has his own YouTube channel. So show some love and support and go follow him on social media. Go subscribe to his channel. If you're into pods and you're not into rebuildables or anything like that, his is a good channel. So go to his channel and go give him a follow and go follow him on social media as well. So again, being very, very careful. So this is the last piece. Give it a little stretch and then that straightens it out. Just makes it easy stacking now and getting everything applied how you want it. So as you can see, I've got all my ribbon wire here. So let me just move it over here so you can see the ribbon wire. So I've got my ribbon wire just here. So I've got ribbon wire just here. Get this to focus a bit better. So as you can see, I've got my ribbon wire here. So it's slightly thinner than the 26 gauge that I have been using, and it can be fiddly getting it all stacked, but be patient and just work with it. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. There's nothing you can do. Just start again, get yourself some more ribbon wire, and boom, that's all you need to do. It's just trial and error. Like I've had to do, it's all been trial and error for me, and that's how I've been handling with it. So there's my ribbon wire. So to get it stacked and keep it all nice and uniform, a lot of people will use water, they'll use spit and all that. I've used water, it doesn't work. I don't like using spit. I don't know why, I just don't like using spit. So what I've got here is just a thingy lid with a sponge in it. It's just got some base mix. Not a problem, Vapor Mix, brother. It's all love on this channel. So it's just got some base mix in, some PG and VG that I've soaked into the sponge there, and it helps just keep everything nice and together. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab my ribbon wire. I'm going to try and make it all even. So if you do bend it, don't worry. It's not the end of the world. It will come together nicely. So I'm getting all that together, getting it all stacked. So you want it on top of each other, basically. And then I'm just going to run my fingers down. Run my fingers down like that. So like I say, this is the hardest part because this is the preparation. So you need to make sure that your preparation is more or less spot on. So let's get this stacked, which it is, nicely stacked. So now that it's on top of each other like that, what have I missed? So now that I've got it all stacked like that, I'm just going to dip my finger in this just to make it wet like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my fingers down my ribbon wire like so, and it'll keep that all nicely together like that. So I'm just going to very carefully swivel it round or turn it the opposite way like that. So I've turned it the opposite way. I'm going to dip my finger again, and then just run my finger down like that, and it's all nicely together. So I'm just going to go to one side, being very, very careful. And this is why I like longer pieces of wire, just so I can obviously clean them up at the end. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut them flush like that, keeping everything together like so. Run my fingers down to the opposite end very carefully, keeping them all nicely stacked. Any ripples in it, just give it a little shake, and then again I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm just going to cut that nice and flush. So I've got one end, I'm going to grab the other end like so, and then I'm going to bring it together like that, keeping the ends nice and straight and level. And then I'm just going to gently pull my hand like that, and this will stay all stacked for you. Come on, Henry. So this will stay all stacked like that, and then I just want to pinch like that together. So don't worry about this end now, it'll all come together. So what you're doing is you're just getting a little bit of a loop on there. Can I get this to focus? Just a little bit of a loop on there like that. and then I'm just going to push it together like so, just to get it all stacked and neat. So as you can see there, they are stacked and on top of each other. So there we are. Why isn't this being... Come on, Henry. Yeah, basically. So there we are. That's it all together like that. So all I'm going to do now is just carefully run my fingers down like that. And that's nice and straight. And then all I'm going to do at this end again is cut them all flush. Like so. So now that is bent and all stacked. So let me get you a better... So they're all stacked now on the side. So that's nice and ready. So I'm just going to lay my ribbon wire there. So as you can see, it's more or less straight. There is a bit of a curve there. Don't worry about it too much. There we are. So that is the ribbon wire, 0.3. 3 pieces, long pieces folded in half to make the 6-ply. So what I'm going to need now is 28 gauge. So 28 gauge nichrome 80. So as you can see, this number here is more or less the same width as the ribbon wire. So this is why I'm using it, because it's more or less the same just there. Vapor mix, not at all. It is not a stupid question. Don't ever think that something like that's a stupid question. Now, the reason why I'm cutting my ribbon wire with scissors is because you get a nice cleaner cut at the end. So my end pieces should be all flat with a piece of scissors. Now, if I was to use these cutters, it can mess up the end and puts like a slight bend in the end, which isn't much of a thingy, but I want a clean cut. So scissors with ribbon wire, even with round wire, will give you a nice clean cut. There's no reason why you can't use cutters. It's just that you won't get a very, very clean cut unless your cutters are nice and sharp or brand new. So if I were just using round wire like I'm here, I will be using my cutters. But again, you can use scissors as well with this. You'll get a cleaner cut. So I hope that answers your question, Vapor Mix. So I'm going to pull off some 28 gauge here. So again, I want a nice long piece that I'm going to fold in half and put around around the ribbon wire. So I just want to quickly check the length of my wire. So I want it just slightly longer, and you'll see in a minute. And I got this tip off Aussie Cook, who's in the chat. I got this little tip off him mounting it, because I've been having trouble mounting it in my chuck. But this way of mounting it will obviously let me use my flat chuck that I use normally, and not my chuck, because I always seem to have problems where it comes loose and ends up falling out the chuck. So I'm going to grab a piece of 28 gauge ribbon wire. So I'm going to pull it, I'm going to measure it to the biggest piece I can get. So I want a straight piece of wire, so like always, just hold your end. NI80 is a nice soft wire, so just give it a little tug so it gives way, and then you end up with a nice straight flat piece of wire. So let me just give that a quick measure, and then I'm just going to chop this off just here, and then I'm going to just secure my 28 gauge wire. So I know this can be boring to some, but preparation in this is vital, and also I keep messing up past couple of streams because I'm rushing, and I don't want to rush, because off camera when I'm not rushing, or just not, I don't know, just not on camera, it will go a lot smoother than what it has been going. So I'm just going to make this end clean by snipping the end. So I'm just going to give it a quick measure on here of how much wire I've got, and then I just basically want to get the center of it. So I want about 33, so I'm at 66, so I want about in the middle here with 33. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to here at 33, I'm just going to grab it and start a bend in it. So I want to bend like that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put this together and do exactly the same like I did with my ribbon wire. So I want to put a loop in it to go round that ribbon wire as the frames. So like that. So don't worry that it's crisscrossy and stuff like that. Don't worry about it, it'll come out in the working of the frame and after mounting it as well. So I've got a bit of ribbon wire just there. So that's my frames. So ribbon wire is sorted, frames is also sorted. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be using a combination of wire and hot glue. So I've got some hot glue and a lighter just here. I've just got some spare wire which was an old deco which I'll be using for binding. So let's get this all put together. So I've got my frame just there. So I'm just going to very carefully pick up my frames. I'm just going to inspect the frames, make sure that they're all still stacked and together, which they are. They're nicely stacked there. So what I'm going to do is very carefully is pop my ribbon wire in between. So for starters, you want it to look like that. Come on. Come on, Henry. So basically like that to begin with. So you want your ribbon wire in the middle and then your frames obviously on the outside. So let's go back to here. So I'm just going to run my fingers down the wire like that. So I'm going to very carefully keep all this together, but then also I want to pinch together as well. I want to be able to lock all this in. So once I've got it like that, I want to bind it with some wire. So I'm going to use, come on Henry, why are you messing around? So don't worry about this end. This end's going to look dodgy. Don't worry about that end at the moment. So come on Henry. So once I've got all that together like so, I'm going to just take some wire, or I was going to try and take some wire that I've just dropped. Come on. Always happens on a live. So again, I'm going to just take some wire. I'm going to double check again because obviously I haven't been concentrating. So I'm just going to take some wire here, thread it through there, and then just bind that together like so. So all that is going to do is keep it all together at this end, which is what I want it to do. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my toothless pliers and just press that flat. And then again, I'm just going to go around a couple more times. There we are. Run my finger down again. So this bit is really fiddly, guys, and this is the preparation stage. So this part is important. If you mess up like I have done in previous live streams, you'd basically know how it turns out, like that. And then again, with those extra wraps, I'm just going to press it down again and run my finger down again. You'll see me run my finger down numerous times. So let me zoom out again. Oh, mine can easily do that. Vapor mix, mine can go tits up in seconds. Trust me. So that's how you want it, just like that. Come on, Henry. Henry. There we are, like that. So that's bound together. Let me get you just a little bit closer here. Maybe that'll help. So there we are, that'll help. So as you can see, my ribbon wire is on the inside, my 28 gauge is on the outside. Bind it with a bit of wire, leave a loop, obviously, because that's going to go into your swivels. And now all I'm going to do with that now is I'm going to hot glue the end just to lock it in a little bit more. This is just an extra precaution. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. It's just that I like to do it this way. It's the way it works for me. So that's the way I'm going to run with it. So just going to put some hot glue on there. As you can see, just like that. And basically all that's going to do is just going to keep everything nice for me. like so. Give that a couple of minutes just to harden up, or you can blow it. Like so. So as you can see there, that's a bit better. So the ribbon is stacked on its side to create that 6-ply, and then you've got your frames on the outside. So that's that. I'm just going to check that this is more or less dry. Right. So now that I've got this end all bound up, like so, it's time to do the other end. So let me get you a bit closer so you can see what I'm doing. Try and keep it in focus as best as I can, because Henry doesn't want to play ball. Make sure I'm on the right focus. There we are. So we'll get you a close-up, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very tightly run my finger down, keeping everything. So if you're running your finger down and on this side you feel it binding up just slightly, give it a little just wiggle like that, and it should all fall into place like so. So I'm just going to turn this round so you can see what I'm seeing here. So again, I'm just going to very carefully do that like that. So I'm all the way at the end like that. So what you'll find is you'll need to run your finger down a couple of times, or I find that I do this a couple of times just to make sure everything is where it should be. Sorry if I'm off camera, guys. So keeping it nice and tight and taut. So there we are. So this end I am just going to bind with a bit of wire. That's all I'm going to do. Normally I would hot glue this section, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I find that it just messes up on me. So again, I'm just going to carefully bind this together. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring you out just slightly, just to give me a bit more room. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do that and then wrap around nice and tight. So I'm going to wrap around a couple of times just at the end of where this is, just like that. Nice and tight. And then again, I'm just going to use my flat pliers. Sorry guys, that doesn't look good. Alex, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. And then I'm just going to go around a few more times on top of that, like so. This is why it's always good to have scrap bits of wire like that, and then cut that off. So normally I would hot glue this side, but I'm not going to do it like that. So that's the other end of the wire, all bounded, and I've kept these two legs, the frame bits, longer for a reason. That is just so I can mount it easy in my flat chuck, and then that way I don't have to worry about smashing my ribbon wire when I'm putting it in the chuck. So basically that is how it is, guys. Preparation is key, and that's how you want it, just like that. So that is the ribbon wire and frames all done. So it's time to make the decor. So the math, like I say, can be a bit confusing with this. So with the ribbon wire and the 28 gauge, it's about the thickness of a 3-core alien. So hence why I'm doing my decor off a piece of 26 gauge rather than a piece of 28 gauge. So you work out on the thickness of the wire. So it's like if you do just a normal 3-core alien, doesn't matter which gauge wire you're using, the 3 cores that you're using, you do your decor off the same wire. It's when you start adding a wire and taking away a wire, obviously that's going to make you need to do your decor off a different size wire, whether it's a bigger wire or a smaller wire of the gauge. So the ribbon wire comes to basically 2 pieces of 28 gauge. So 2 pieces of 28 gauge plus your frames, that's like a 4-core alien. So if you're doing a 4-core alien, you need to do your decor off a slightly thicker wire, obviously for the travel, because the coil is slightly wider. So like I say, that's why I'm doing my decor off a 26 gauge. Now I hope that hasn't confused anybody. If it has, feel free to ask questions and stuff. Feel free. Right, let me get set up with my drill and everything, and we'll go from there. So I use a little tiny table that I've cut down that I use on my bench. It's just so when I'm doing my coil, it's within eye length of me seeing it, or eye height, should I say, of me seeing it. So a little table that I've cut down to size. I'm using this drill. This is a Daedalus Pro drill. If you know what the Daedalus Pro was back in the day, it was making your coils easy to use. But I did do it that way for some years, but then it took the complete fun out of making coils. So I'm using this. It's a drill that goes forward and backwards and increases with speed. So if you haven't got one of these, that's fine. Just use a normal cordless drill or corded drill, as long as it's got a forward and backward motion. I'm using my flat chuck, hence why I've not glued one end of my coil or my cores. So it's just a flat chuck there with a center divot in the center to center your wire, like that, and it just makes multi-core wires, Clapton, fuse Claptons, aliens just a lot better. So let me zoom out a bit proper. I want to. There we are. So you can see a little bit better what I'm doing while I'm doing it. So I'm just popping it on there like that. I'm using just a clamp that I think you can use for clamping stuff down. I use this just to clamp my drill down to my bench, and this is just so my drill doesn't move about, basically, like that. So I'm just going to secure it in, and it will not move. It'll stay in place like that. So let me mount my 26 gauge to obviously do my decor. So I'm just going to open this latch up. I am going to grab my piece of 26 gauge. As you can see, I've put an L in there. That's just to put in here and then make mounting the decor wire a lot easier. And I don't always remember doing that when I'm doing my builds. So I'm just resting the wire in the center little crease in the chuck, and then that'll just keep that center and where I need it to be. So nice and center like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lean you over here just slightly. So swivels that I will be using is just swivel like this. It's a desk vise with a piece of wood and some swivels, some ball bearing swivels. Now I did have some binding issues last week, being able to put some WD-40 on them. I need to invest in some better ones. A couple of coil makers have suggested some really good ones to try out, which I will eventually get. But it's working and it's moving the way it should be, just with a little bit of WD-40 on there. So this end, I'm going to put another little L in there, and that is just to make it easier for me to put in the swivel. So like I say, just like that. I know you're not straight, guys. I'm just doing it so you can see what I'm doing. So there we are. A little L in there. Grab my swivel or end of my swivel. I'm going to lock it in and then put that around there like so. So I'm just locking that in like that. And then I'm just going to pull my swivel. Now I don't want my swivel too tight. I want a bit of slackness in there. Not too slack like that is. So I'm just going to pull my swivel out a bit and just adjust as I need to go. So like that, there just wants to be a little bit of thingy in there. I want to just check that my swivels are spinning, which they are. I'll just let that go slightly and put that on. There we are. I'm just going to let that off slightly. There we are. So, as you can see there, guys, I'm all mounted to do my decor. So I'll get you in close so you can see what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. So boom, like that. Piece of 26 gauge. It doesn't matter which wire you use, whether it's NI80, Kenthal, whatever, you're just doing your decor. But this decor wire is from a previous live that I'm just reusing. Okay, so don't waste any wire that I do use from a previous stream. So that's it like that. So I'm going to grab my 36 gauge NI80 like so. So I'm just going to grab the end of this and pull it out. So I've got my wire just like that. Just going to grab some tweezers, and then all I'm going to do is I'm going to loop my wire from underneath here. So when you're doing any type of alien, whether it's just a normal alien or a Frailien or anything, you need to do your decal wire wrap the opposite way to where you're comfortable wrapping. So I like to wrap my aliens or fuse Claptons over the top. Okay, so I want to be wrapping my decal from underneath. So the way it is here now for me, I like to wrap clockwise. So I need to do this decal anti-clockwise, the opposite way. Okay, if you do it the same way as you do wrapping, then it's not going to fall into place and it's not going to work. So depending on where you have your drill, because I have my drill on my right because I'm left-handed. So if you have your drill on the opposite way side, it's going to be opposite anti-clockwise, clockwise. That's why I don't tend to use clockwise and anti-clockwise. I explain it like this. So I like to wrap over the top. So if you're doing your alien decal, you need to be wrapping from underneath, which is what I'm doing now. You need slightly more decal than your actual final wire. It's just the way it works. So say like you've got 30 centimeters of wire you need to wrap. You need to do about 35 to 40 centimeters of decal. So I've got about 42 centimeters of wire here. So I'm going to Clapton all of this wire. So I'm going to mount. So I'm mounting from underneath. So I'm just going to grab that end and just spin it around this little leg here. Spin it around this little leg here just to lock it in. And that's all that leg is for. It's just to lock this wire in there like that. And the good thing about this chuck is I can slam it all the way to the end. So 90-degree angle. Okay, don't hold your spool too tight. You just want to hold it a good, not too tight but not too slack. You want this decal to be able to slide off this core wire just here. So let's get going. Let's make basically a Clapton that we're going to decal off this wire. So let's get started. So like I say, I'm not holding my spool very tight, but I'm holding it tight enough to wrap nice and clean. And that's what you want to do. So this is the part of the alien that if you do mess up, you can correct. So as this is Clapton in now here, if I was to go back on myself, that's easy. Just reverse your drill, go off and start again and redo it and correct what you've done wrong. Once you get to the alien part or the final wrap later on in this live, if you make a mistake, you can't go back on yourself. You just have to carry on. So let's just bang out this decal here. I'm going full speed that this drill will go. I suppose if you've got a cordless drill, it'll be slightly quicker. So you just want some nice clean wraps. Nice 90-degree angle, holding your spool just nicely. And I'll move you over slightly. So you can obviously see what I'm doing. So that is just a close-up of that. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to stop there. That is basically a close-up of what you got to do. So I'm just going to zoom you out so you can see the whole wire that I'm doing without me having to stop and adjust the wire for the close-ups. So let me take this off. Then I'm just going to quickly bang the rest of this wire out. So start up slow and then carry on. So I'm just, like I say, just carrying on. I'm Clapton all this wire. I'm going to go all the way to the end, because what will happen is when I get to the end of this wire and I obviously cut the wire off my spool, it'll recoil a bit and you'll lose about 1 centimeter or so of wire because obviously it springs back. hence why you need slightly more decore, but then even then you need more decore than your final wire. So I know this can be boring. I just want to knock this out. This will be the only decore that I've got, but I do have spare decors if stuff messes up. But I'm not going to be rushing. I'm going to be taking my time. Like I say, off camera I can do this build easily. But I think my main problem on my live is I'm just going too fast or trying to do it too quick, which is not what I want to do. Have a vape. So this white chocolate raspberry donut is pretty nice. It's a juice that I forgot that I had. I was cleaning out my drawer and came across it. I was like, oh, I didn't realise I had that. So it's nice. It's had a right nice long steep as well. I think it's had over 12 months of steep. So the juice is just epic. Tastes epic. So what I'm going to do different to what I would normally do with my decore wire is what I'm going to do is once I've done my decore wire and taken it off the core, I'm going to cut it in half and then obviously do my wrap in 2 stages, sort of like a coil length of wire at a time, and it works out slightly easier for me than stretching a long piece of wire because I can't do the non-stretch or the half stretch method. It works better for me doing the stretch method. So that's what I'm going to stick with in the live. Excuse me. So like I say, I'm going to go all the way to the end. So just at the edge of the screen here is just where the end is of the wire. So with a bit of WD-40, those swivels are spinning just nicely. A lot better than last week, should I say. So once I get to the end, I will bring you closer so you can see what I'm talking about with the slight recoil of the wire. So I'm just going to slow down because I want to go all the way to the end of this wire, which I have. So I'm just going to get this in place slightly. So I know it's slightly hard to see, but I'm all the way to the end of this wire with my wire. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the end off, leaving a leg, so I've got something to hold on to when I stretch, but watch how it will recoil back slightly when I do that. So I don't know if you saw that, but it has spun back a little bit just there. So I did go all the way to the end, but it has recoiled back just slightly there. Nope. So let me just lock this wire off. I shouldn't need this wire again for the rest of the build. So it has recoiled back a bit. So there we are. So let me get you just there like that. So it's recoiled back to there like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut this end here, leaving a leg on it. So let me get you just close in there. So what I want to do is, you see how this Clapton bit is moving on the core wire? That's what you want. And that's why you don't hold your spool too tight. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to decore this wire. So you'll be able to see what I'm doing, hopefully, like that. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut this bit that's attached to the swivel, like so. And then I'm going to just grab this end and very carefully slide that decore off. So there's the decore. That is off there. Be careful with it now. Try not to snag it or do anything like that, because it will show imperfections in your build. So that's the decore sorted out. I won't be wasting this wire. This wire will get used for something else. So I'll just put this on the side like so. And I keep knocking the camera, so I apologise. So what I want to do now is I just want to quickly measure this decore, because I want to cut it in half. So I'm just going to quickly measure, make sure that's at the end. So I've got about 41 or just under 41 centimeters. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to just here, so where are we, 30, yeah, so 40, so just over 40 centimeters. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to more or less just in the center there cut without losing my decors. So my decors are in half. My other one has gone on the floor. Hopefully I can find it. So let me just move out slightly. So there we are. So like I said, be very, very careful. Very, very careful. So there's my decor cut in half there. So I've got two pieces just there. It just makes it easier for when I'm stretching it and then applying it obviously to my build. So guys, so that's the decor. That is my ribbon wire and frames all prepared and set up. So it's time now for mounting the wires and getting everything ready for the final wrap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my swivels. I'm going to show you how I'm going to mount it, and then I will bring it in close for you, so you can have a bit of a closer look. I'm just taking this odd wire off my swivel just so I don't have any problems. So with this end here, with the hook is what I'm going to be putting through the swivel, or hooking onto the swivel. Like so. Then I'm going to lock that swivel in. So again, as I am handling the wire, I am pulling it nice and straight, like so. So I'm still putting tension on the wire, as you can see, just like that. So I want a bit of leeway just here. So as you can see, I am keeping everything nicely in line and pulled. So what I'm going to do here is, in my flat chuck, with those 2 extra bits that are sticking out at the end, which is my frame. I'm just going to bend slightly. So I'm just going to pop that into my flat chuck. Again, being very, very careful. Running my finger down my wires just to make sure everything's nice. So I'm just going to very carefully slide that into my flat chuck. And all I'm going to be doing is clamping down the frames and not the ribbon wire. So this is a little trick. It's not exactly how we did it, but this is a little trick that I got off my brother from another mother, Aussie cook, Jamie Scott. What's up? Nice to see you. Nice to see that you've dropped in, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. So again, you just want a little bit of tension on there. Not too much, but just a little bit like that. So I appreciate that, Jamie. Thanks for dropping in, mate. I'm in the middle of doing a build, so I'm doing a Fralian, just so you know. A 6-ply alien, so 6 pieces of ribbon wire with 28 gauge frames, which is what I've got set up here, like so. And I've just finished doing my decor, and we're getting to the final wrap in stage of the alien part on the outside. So that's nicely locked in now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly bring you up here. So where's my mouse? So boom. So which camera setting am I on? So I'm on that one. So let me get you in a bit more closer so you can see what I'm doing there. So I know it doesn't look right or doesn't look correct there, but I will be using a keyring just to keep everything nice and flat. But basically that's what you are working with. Oh, and I've just messed up. I've messed up royal. Haha. Famous last words. Right, okay, let me just put this back right. So, like I say, I'm glad these sort of things happen, because then I can help you correct it. So, other side, again, I'm just going to run my fingers down again. Only this time, I'm just going to pull that off. So again, I'm just going to run my fingers down like so. Where did I put that wire? So I need to seal that off again. This is why preparation is key. So I'm just going to let that go because I can't get this core wire that I want to use to bind it up again. There we are. So I'm just going to pull this like so. So again, like I say, don't panic if stuff like this happens. You just have to redo it. So I'm pulling again. Let me get this off. So I'm pulling again. Pull down, make sure those ribbon wires are at the end, and the frames are on the outside. Keeping tension on. You want the tension on there to pull out any slack or anything like that. And then I know I'm off camera, guys, so I'm pulling tension on there. So I'm just going to thread a bit of wire back into there, and then I'm just going to bind this wire again. So I want to keep everything nice and straight. So again, just keep that nice and straight and taut as much as you can. And then I'm going to again use my flat pliers just to keep everything nice and carry on wrapping. Bind it a bit more, get it in there, and again I'm going to use my flat pliers just to keep everything flat again. So again, I'm going to chop this wire off, and again I'm going to run my fingers down here just to make everything nice and taut. So again I'm going to pop that in there. I just want it in the chuck to hold tight like so. Now I'm just going to check my wires. That is not too bad, but it is messed up a bit at the end because I messed up. So what I'm going to be using is I'm going to be using a keyring. Yeah, Jamie, they work very, very well in the turnstone Defralians. Tastes a lot better in the turnstone and is a really, really good RDA as well. I'm working on my review for that as well. So keep an eye out for the review as well. So I'm going to be using a keyring just to keep everything flat. You don't have to use a keyring. It's just that I can't get my tension correct without using a keyring or something to keep everything together and flat. So as you can see, the ribbon wire is a little bit messed up. I appreciate that, Jamie, really do. That's good to know. So with a keyring, I'm just going to pull this, well, I need to make my swivel taut again, which is how I want it, like that. So I'm just going to run my fingers down, keep everything nice and straight. I'm going to keep doing that just to work out the slack of the ribbon wire. So that one, that keyring's a bit not the way I want it. That one's a bit loose with constant use. So we're getting there, guys, we're getting there. Just like I say, I'm taking my time, because when I start rushing, that's when I start messing up stuff. So I want to get this keyring on there. I want to try and get the keyring on there. I am struggling with the keyring a bit. But once it's on there, I should be good. So boom, that is the that all set up like so. So I'm just checking everything is good, which it looks like it is so far. As you can see, guys, I'm taking my time. I'm not rushing what I'm doing. I don't want to do that. I just want to take my time and do what I need to do. And I'm already getting some issues here. That I'm trying not to have. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to use that other thingy, because I've messed up my wire at the chuck. Because I've messed up my wire at the chuck, I'm going to carefully pop this here just as a starting point for me. Once I get going, I should be alright. Hopefully, all being well. Like I say, I'm taking my time. I'm not rushing. I want this to be perfect, or as perfect as can be. So because I have, if I bring in close here, because I have messed up this section here, so because I've messed up this section here, with the first mounting, I've put a keyring there. But what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start doing the alien bit here. And then just use that to slide along once I get going. Like that. So let me get you in nice and close so you can see what I'm doing. Like that. Let me get some manual focus going on here so you can see exactly. Let's get some manual focus. So about there is where you need to be. So there we are. So that's where we need to be. So because I've messed up there first time around, it's a live stream, so it's going to happen that way. I've put a keyring on there just to start here because everything here is flat. But you can see a close up there, frames on the outside, ribbon on the inside. So let's get to the stretch of the decor. So let me just swivel you around so I can talk to you and explain this part. So this part of the stretch of the decor is probably the most hardest part. So let me get this focused here. It's probably the hardest part and the hardest bit, or how I can explain this to you. So with your decor or your Clapton that you've just made, you are going to stretch. Now there's different ways to do this. You can do the stretch method, which is what I'm going to do, is where I'm going to stretch the whole wire to where I want it to be. Now you need to sort of like mess around with it. I can't tell you how far to do it because each build is different, each length of wire is different, each decor is different. So I can't say this amount of wire, stretch it to 20 inches or whatever, because everything's different. So it's something you're going to have to play with. Try and do it as an under stretch, so you have a bit of a pinch here when you're wrapping. If you overstretch, then it's game over. You have to start again and do another decor. You can't recover if you overstretch. Your decor is garbage. Or better yet, you could stretch it perfectly and then just let it slide through your fingers, the decor. So like I say, if you're doing this for the first time or you haven't been doing this and you're getting back into doing it, just do a whole load of decors, get a whole load set up, get about half a dozen of them. So if you mess up on the first one, you just have to unwrap your wire and then start again. So I hope that hasn't confused everybody. I haven't missed any comments or anything. No. Let's hydrate a bit. So like I say, I haven't got nothing special to drink today. I completely forgot when I went out. So I've got Lucozade. Which is nice and refreshing actually. It's been in the freezer. So I'll show you how I'm going to do it, or the way I do it, but the way you are going to do it is going to be slightly different. Because like I say, no build is the same. Okay? No build is the same, and I can't say this amount of wire, stretch it, because like I say, every length of wire or build that you're doing is different, and every decor is different. So I'm just going to grab one of these little clamps here and put it on my piece of wood just here. just clamp it there. So I'm going to put one end of my D-core here, take the other end and stretch it. Now, people say it's muscle memory. People say you can tell just by stretching it when it gets a bit stiffer. I sort of do it on look and stretch as well. But I'll show you, you want to end up with sort of like a corkscrew sort of look to your wire, to your D-core. Yeah, it always does, Jamie, and that's what I always say. It's not easy to do, so just make sure you've got plenty of wire. When I started building or I start practicing a different type of coil, I can go through a shitload of wire before I get it right. And I'm trying different methods. People are watching. I've taken some tips off Aussie Cook as well. I've taken a few tips off Mad Artisan Coil Maker as well. So we're just going to have to go with what I can do because I've tried it his way and I'm struggling with that way at the moment. So I'm just going to do it the way I know it, apart from me cutting my D-cores in half, and I'll do sort of like one coil, stretch my other D-core and do another one and have another coil. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the end where I cut it in the center. The other end that's got a bit of a tail on, I'm going to leave because that's what I want to hold in my pliers. So I'm just going to grab this end and just pull a bit of wire like that. So I'm just going to pull it like that just to mount it. And then I'm just going to mount it into my clamp just here. So that will hold that wire in place. So stretch wise, like I say, I can't tell you how to stretch it. I'm just using some no teeth curved pliers is what I'm going to be using. So I'm going to grab the tail in the pliers, hold tight, and then you're going to pull. Now if your wire comes out of your pliers midway through pulling and it goes all weird, don't worry about it. If you can untangle it and get it straight again and pull it a bit, it'll straighten out. If it tangles up or kinks or anything, obviously, then that's game over. So like I say, I use feel and look. So I'm just going to pull. Which I think I want to be round about there. So when you release your pliers, this D-core will spiral a bit or turn. It'll go a bit weird. It'll go like that. Just hold it, let it do its thing. Be careful with the wire now because you don't want to snag it in any way. So I'm just going to push my chair out a bit. So be careful with it now because you don't want to snag it, you don't want to pull it anymore. You'll get imperfections in your build. So all I'm going to do with this end that's got the tail on, that I used to pull, I'm going to cut off because that's going in my that's going onto the carpet part, which is where I struggle with the snagging, but hopefully that won't be an issue today. I'm hoping so anyway. So I'm going to cut it clean. So that is clean like that. So you see how it's sort of like spirally. So I've either stretched it perfectly or I've just understretched it, but I'll know when I start wrapping. So very carefully, I'm just going to quickly inspect my wire, make sure there's no swirls or anything in it, because what I'm going to do with this end is I'm going to thread it through my chair and just throw it out behind me is what I'm going to do. So very, very carefully, I'm going to take this, pass it through. Being very careful with the wire, making sure it doesn't spiral out of way. And make sure it's not snagging or anything, and just being very, very careful. Now with this end, I'm just going to more or less keep it like that. This is going to be fed in. Actually, I'll cut it off clean anyway, just to make everything nice. So what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to, if it'll let me, is I'm just going to very, very carefully just pull apart this wire and just thread it through. There we are, like that. Making sure my decor isn't snagged or anything. Right, now I'll get you back in close again. So let me swivel you around, boom, and get you back here. So this is where I want to be. So let me get this in like that. Just going to run my finger down, make sure everything's nice and flat and together. I'm just going to push that a bit closer like that. I'm going to be doing this in short bursts and stuff like that, so it's just how it works for me. So let me get you locked in, and let's get some manual focus going. Let me dial that in best I can. There we are. Just trying to dial you in a little bit better so you can see. So about there is where I need you, is there. So as you can see, this sort of like little spirally thing here, a bit like a corkscrew. So basically what I'm going to do is my first bit of business when I start is establishing whether I need a pinch or not. So I use my thumb and index finger that I just hold here like that. Now I have tried different ways, holding it further back, more towards me. It doesn't work for me like that, especially when your eyes are great as well. You can't see the wire going forward. Hence why I wear these, just so I can get a close-up and my eyes are a lot better. So, like I say, all I'm doing now is establishing a pinch if I need it. So your first couple of wraps aren't going to be great. They're just going to be weird until I establish whether I need a pinch or not. So if I don't need a pinch, it's basically letting it slide through my thumb and index finger. If I need a pinch, I will obviously need to increase my pinch with my finger. Make sure your drill is in the opposite way. Like I said, my decor I wrapped from underneath like that behind. So I like to wrap over the top, which is this end, so your drill has to be in the opposite direction. So let me just get some wraps going, and let me establish whether I need a pinch or not. Right, let me have a quick look at that. So let me get this going. Now what it looks like is I've got my pinch more or less right. So I'm just going to work with that. You want to be slightly ahead of the game, not as much as you would with a normal alien, but you need to be ahead. So I've got my pinch more or less perfect, and I'm just letting it slide through my hands. So I'm just going to build up a bit of speed. I'm going to do a little section, carry on, then do a little section, and carry on and do a little section. It's just the way it's been working for me, and it's just the way I feel comfortable doing it as well. So I've got a slight pinch going on, but not something too heavy. It's more or less just sliding through my fingers. So I'm going to very carefully slide this across, revealing a bit more unwrapped wire. So as you can see there, just by looking at it, it looks perfect so far. So let me get you over a bit so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm doing a little section at a time. I'm not doing it quick. That's when I mess it up. So I've got my pinch more or less perfect on there. So I'm going to work this very, very carefully. Very, very carefully. Like so. Hopefully I'm not going to mess up, but let's carry on. Let's carry on. Have a quick wait. So I'm just making sure as well that my wire's not snagging. I'm pulling it as well, making sure that it doesn't spiral out of control. Right. So I like to, as it is now, I like to leave it like that if I have to stop. So if I have to stop, I can see that first bit of wrap that I need to obviously stretch a bit, and then start off slowly again and carry on. And we're off again. So like I say, slightly ahead of the game, you want to be towards your swivel a bit. Take your time. Like I say, my biggest mistake that I've been doing these live streams is going way too fast and not taking my time. So this is what I'm doing now. I'm just taking my time. I'm not doing it too fast. It is quite easy going at the moment because I've got my stretch more or less perfect on there. So I'm sorry if this bit is a bit boring, a bit tedious for you to watch. But yeah, that's where we are so far. Just having a quick measure there. So I hope you're enjoying the content so far, guys. The best way you can support the channel is to like and subscribe. just keep doing that. Obviously the Nightbot is doing its rounds as well with clickable links as well to social media and stuff, and buy me a coffee if you want to, if you feel you wish to do so. Not obligated to do that, but it is there if you want to contribute to the channel. Right, let's carry on. So again, I'm just making sure that my core wire is not snagging or anything. I'm going to grab my wire again. Like I say, I like to have this flat part here facing towards me, just so I can get that wrap sitting the way I want it to sit. So if I pull it a bit, it falls into place slightly, and then I just carry on. Started off a bit too quick there, but it hasn't made, it's made a slight imperfection, but nothing too major. And then if you want, you can increase your speed. I will increase it just slightly, but I'm not going heavily fast. I just want to keep it nice and consistent, so I've got a good build for today's stream. So like I say, I've got my stretch more or less right. It's just more or less sliding straight through my fingers. And then I'm just going to slide my keyring up a slight bit more, revealing obviously that bit of wire just there. And again, I want this flat part facing towards me, just so I can get that first bit of wrap seated and ready to carry on. So again, I'm going to carry on slowly. Just get that wrap going again. Perfect. Now normally when I say that I go wrong, so I won't say anything, I'll just carry on going. I know this part can be a bit boring, but like I say, I want to do a nice consistent build and not the shitty builds that I've been doing past couple of streams. And one thing I like about stopping as well is I get to check my wire feeding up to what I'm doing here. So again, I've done that little section just there, and then I'm just going to slide my keyring. So the keyring just keeps everything nice and flat and together next to each other. If you haven't got a keyring, you can use a paper clip or a snap clip, hair clip you can also use as well. So I'll just move you over slightly and get you back in to there so you can see what I'm doing. So as you can see there, I'm just revealing a bit more, keeping that flat bit facing towards my eyes, just so I can get that first wrap seated perfectly. So let's carry on. So just want to see that first wrap and then slowly carry on. Get the wraps going again. Perfect. So in this case, I did get my stretch more or less bang on, because it's just more or less just feeding through my fingers at the moment. So hopefully my second stretch will be just as good and I won't have any issues with the second part of my coil. But yeah, this is feeding nicely, wrapping nicely and clean, as you can see, guys. So appreciate you all that are still here, still watching. Hope you're enjoying the content so far. So there again, I'm just revealing a little bit more to do. Again, this is facing me, my eyes. Just it's easier for me. There we are. Right, so let me get this focus back to how I want it. So about there. So there we are. So again, like I said, I want the flat part facing towards my eyes just so I can see what I'm doing. Keeping an eye on my decor as well, feeding up to my wire. And again, just establishing that first bit of wrap and that just sitting nicely in place. And then again, just very, very slowly carry on. Perfect. So like I say, you want to be slightly leaning forward towards your swivel. So for me, I'm just leaning slightly towards the left, but I'm not 90-degree angle for this one. There we are. So again, nice and clean, just there. And then just sliding this over again. What I'm just doing is I'm just keeping an eye on the length of wire that I've got, because I know more or less how much that I need to wrap and cover for what the coil that I want. So pull a bit, slowly get going again. There we are. Now there's some people out there that can do this without key rings and stuff. For me, if I don't use the key rings, it just all collapses for me. So the key rings help me keep everything nice and flat and where I want it to be as well. So far so good, and hopefully I won't regret saying that. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that, mate. If you'd have got my last week's stream and a couple of streams before that, my coil builds did not come out to plan. So far so good. Everything looks nice and clean and sweet, which is how I want it. Yeah, Aussie Cook, it is definitely working out a lot better for me. Like I say, I have tried it that way where I'm out and it's thingy, but I think because of my eyes and me having to wear goggles and stuff, it's hard for me to see me wrapping it correctly and nicely. Just this way for me works perfect for me. Taking my time, and like you see, it's coming out really, really good. Well, practice makes perfect, and I didn't do great with this straight away, Jamie. But yeah, this is looking good so far. Hopefully, I haven't regret what I've just said. So again, I like to have this facing towards me, just to get really that first wrap situated there and in line, and then carry on, get going with the wraps again. And it seems to be working for me at the moment. And I'm nearly getting to the end of this section of decor that I've got. And then once I've got enough for one coil, I will stretch my second decor and carry on doing the second half of the coil. And then just stop just there. How much decor have I got left? Still plenty. And then just slide across slightly. Again, making sure everything's nice. So again, I'm just going to give this a quick measure. I know roughly how much I need about probably about 11 or 12 centimeters just to be on the safe side. I like to have extra. So get wrapping again. Perfect. Yeah. So again, I'm just going to give this a quick measure. So I should be good doing another little section just here. And then I'll measure it again just to make sure that I've got enough for one coil. There we are. So again, facing towards me, just so I can get that first wrap sort of like in place, and then carry on. So let me give this another measure. Which I should be good with that amount for the first coil. So I'm just going to quickly move this over. So what I want to do is I just want to lock this in. So it's not going to be perfect. I just want to lock this in. There we are. And then I'm going to cut this first bit of decor off. So that's enough for one coil so far. Don't do this to me. Right. So I'm hoping this cord doesn't mess up on me. I have got a little bit of difficulty on the way. For me, yeah, Aussie Cook, for me, it's working that way, or easier for me that way. And I think the main thing as well is because I've got a carpet. I'm working with a carpet. If I had like a normal smooth floor, I'd just do it in one piece. But me cutting it in half seems to be working so far. So, right, so now I'm going to sort out my other decor. So I'm not going to reposition my camera. I'm just going to stretch it. You saw me do it the first time. So it's basically the same thing. And if I'm lucky, hopefully I will stretch it perfectly the way I did it the first time round. But we'll see. We'll see. So I have got a bit of rippling on this side just here, like you can see just there. So I'm hoping that doesn't come into play or mess up my build. Hopefully not. Anyway, so again, I'm just going to stretch it same way. And then, like I say, hopefully I can get my stretch perfect. See about there. Yeah, there. So again, I'm being careful not to snag my decor in any way. Chopping off the end that I stretched, because that's going on to my carpet. Boom. And then again, I'm just going to inspect my wire. There's no twists or swivels on it. And then I'm just going to, again, thread it through and make sure it's not twisted or anything. So, I'm going to get my other bit. And then just, again, just chop that off a little bit. Hoping this is not going to mess up. I'm just going to pull you out temporarily just while I mount this second bit of wire. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to split this wire just to get it in there. Making sure I don't snag all this up. I'm just going to use the keyring just to pop it up there or prop it up there. Keeping everything nice and straight, hopefully. So again, guys, I will be establishing a pinch again, getting this going once again. Yeah. It will do as I slide the key ring. I'm just hoping it gives. I don't get into any problems where I don't have enough for a coil. So I'm just going to, again, so like on this side, I'm just quickly establishing a pinch if I need one and getting the wire sorted. So I do need a pinch with this one. So this is where it might get a little bit more difficult for me. But hopefully I will be able to keep everything nice and consistent. So let me get going. So I'm going again, or I've got going again. I do have slightly more of a pinch than I did with the first time round. But as you can see, yeah, I am doing pretty good. So again, I'm just going to slide, revealing a little bit more. There we are. Want this facing me. And just to pull that wire into place and start off again. So I'm going to slightly pick up a little bit of speed. Hopefully that won't mess up my build. I'm not going to go too fast. I'm just going to go just slightly faster than what I was doing. So like I say, I have got a slight pinch going on. So it is sliding through my fingers all right. So want that facing towards me just so I can get sort of like that first wrap situated and in place. And then I want to carry on. Keeping my pinch consistent and letting it just flow through my thumb and index finger, which seems to be working so far. And we're going. So again, I'm checking on my wire feeding up. Making sure it doesn't spiral, which it has been doing. So as you can see, I've got a bit of a ripple going on there with my ribbon wire on this side. But like I say, I'm hoping that comes out enough to give me enough, obviously, wire to make a coil. So just revealing a little bit at a time. I'm not rushing, I just want a little bit at a time. Well, Jamie, I never, up to a couple of, well, up to probably last week's stream and to this week's stream, I just thought, cut it in half. See how that goes. I mean, other people have cut it in half, and I have avoided doing that just because it probably wouldn't have worked out for me doing that. But I thought, try it, cut it in half, see how it works, and it's been working perfectly for me so far doing this. Like this build, touch wood, so far has come out a lot better than my last couple of streams. So hopefully we'll get a decent build going on here. So again, facing me, just so I can get that first wrap situated and then carry on. And thanks for everybody being patient with me. Like I say, my problem has been I'm trying to rush, and I don't want to rush because off camera I build it exactly like I'm doing now, and I'm wondering to myself, why isn't it working on my lives? On my lives I am rushing, or I have been rushing, and that's been my problem, is because I've been rushing. So far so good, can't complain. Just carry on, power on, and see how that goes. So again, I want that facing me, just so I can get that first wrap into place and give it that stretch. For me, it sort of like gives me the pinch that I need to do to carry on, if you understand what I mean. So let's get going again. Right. Let's carry on as we mean to go. So there we are. Hopefully that's not going to create an issue. Or I'm hoping that's not going to create an issue. Is that going to create an issue? I don't know if that's going to create an issue. We'll soon find out. So let's carry on. So because it's getting a bit funny now, I'm going to be revealing little sections at a time, just to keep it nice and consistent. So again, I want that facing me, just so I can get that first wrap seated and then carry on. So again, I want to keep everything nice, revealing just little bits at a time. I'm getting to that part where I'm getting some inconsistencies and imperfections here. I'm hoping is that going to give me enough for a coil? So I might end up with a problem. I don't know. See how it goes. So again, get that first wrap going. What I'm trying to do as I'm moving, because I've got a bit of a ripple here, is I'm moving and then hopefully it is flattening stuff out as I go along. So again, I want that facing towards me, get that first wrap sort of seated and carry on. So you might find that I slow down just a little bit more now that I'm getting to more of the complicated parts of the wire. But I'm just going to try and keep it consistent and going for as long as I can. Come on, work with me, work with me. So I'm just moving it around there, getting that first wrap situated, and keep going. Sorry if anybody's commented and I haven't replied. It's just this part I need a bit of extra concentration here. Yeah, it's slowly ironing it out for me, Aussie Cut. It's just this bit here that is all seems to have tangled out. As long as I've got a certain amount, I should be good. And I'm slowly getting there. So again, I'm just going to reveal a little at a time. Like Aussie Cook is saying, it should iron itself out as I go along. But I'm just doing little sections at a time now, just to and stop checking on my bit just there. Come on. Just a little bit more, just need a little bit more to do a coil. So again, facing towards me just to get that first bit of wrap seated, and let's carry on. So like I say, I'm just going slowly. I don't want to tangle up that wire anymore, feeding up. So I'm going to take it very slow, keeping everything nice and straight as possible. Just revealing little bits at a time, hoping that the keyring will iron out that wire, as Aussie Cook says, which is what I'm hoping on. So get that going and then boom, off again. So as you can see, I'm going extremely slow now. As long as I can get enough just for a coil, I should be good. And again, just very carefully revealing a little bit more wire at a time. So thanks for everybody that is stuck and that is still here. I appreciate and love you all. Have a quick vape. and a quick drink, hydrate. Right, let's carry on. Let's get this, let's finish good, as they say, and let's get going again. So nice and slow. Nice and slow. So again, I'm just revealing little bits at a time. Little bits. And then I'm just going to turn that around just to get me going again. And let's go. I know I'm getting impatient and slightly speeding up, but so far so good. Right, I'm just going to have a quick I didn't get what you meant there, Aussie Cook. Hold the ring, turn the swivel. Well, at the moment, Aussie Cook, I am not messing this build up in any way. So a little bit more, I should be good for a dual coil. So let's get this facing me again and get going. Sorry, Aussie Cook, I'm not being rude with what you just told me. It's just that I'm not going to agitate anything that I don't need to agitate just to get this build doing. Because so far, so good. You've been to my last couple of live streams and you know it hasn't worked out that way for me. Straight away, anyway. And again, just a little bit more should do the trick. Want this facing towards me just so I can get that bit just seated right and carry on. Right, so can I get a little tidgy bit more out of this? Maybe? And carry on with this last bit just here. So I should, once I get to this end bit just here, I should have enough for 2 coils. I should have enough for 2 coils. All right, okay. Jamie, thanks. Alex, thank you. What was that, Aussie Cup? I think you are there. You think I'm being rude? I apologise, my brother. I don't mean to be rude or come across as being rude. I apologise, my brother. So there is a little tiny bit just there. Let's see if I can just do this little tiny bit. There we are. And that is the build done. So I'm just going to pop that off just there. And we are done, guys. That is the build out of the way. So there we are. So, boom. That is enough there for 2 coils. So the ring has come off now, Aussie Cup. So I'm just going to lock that in. I'm going to try and lock that in. There we are. So, boom. Come on, Henry. Henry. There we are, Henry. Perfect. So, there we are. There are the 2 coils. There we are. 2 separate coils. And like I said, I did two decors. Just there, and it's come out beautifully, the build this week. So I'm going to pull this ring off just here like that. So I will get you a close-up, guys, of these coils. Yeah, 2 coils. And where are we? I will get you a close-up, guys. You will see a close-up of them. But yeah, successful build this week. Happy days. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to snip there and snip there, and then I'm going to snip here in the middle where the break is for both coils, and I've got 2 pieces there to make a coil, to make 2 coils. Perfect. Right, let me do a little bit of tidying up just so I've got more room, and we'll get building the RDA. There we are. They came out proper clean, Aussie Cup, which I'm happy because the past couple of streams have really annoyed me because nothing came out the way I wanted it to. And by no means do I think I'm a professional in any way. Just it's something that I like doing, and I've liked doing ever since I started vaping and learned how to build. So, boom. I'm happy with that. So let me get, like I say, just do a little bit of housekeeping. and just tidy up. I won't need that anymore. I will need that. Won't need that. And like I say, because I did extra decals, which I did there, just did a whole bunch of decals there as spares anytime I do a build. But it's like I said, because I've got spares, I won't need the spares. If I didn't have the spares, the build would probably have gone tits up today again. But yeah, so boom, let me get that out of the way. That out of the way, my drill out the way. Right, and get you more or less there. So, where are we? Always a learning curve for me, Aussie Cup. Always a learning curve. So, there we are. Oh. Come on. So what I'm going to do is there we are. Nice, neatly wrapped 28 gauge Fralian. So it's a 6-ply or 6 pieces of ribbon framed with 28 gauge wrapped with 36 gauge. Looks nice and clean. Appreciate it. Nice and clean. So let's get these wrapped up and stuff. So what I want to do is get this about there. So I'm going to move you just slightly there because then I end up getting off camera. So I'll wrap these in a second, the coils in a second. But let me get myself a bit more comfortable and situated. Quick vape. So got my building mod all ready, and it already seems to have juice on it for some reason. There we are, my building mod. So let's get the deck out. So it's the Trolex RTA. If you jumping in or didn't see the beginning parts, swap the airflow undercoil airflow for the honeycomb. Nicely done there. So I'm going to pop this on my mod, and I'm going to open up the post screws. So hex screws 1.5 mils. Get this locked in. So I use this because it's the closest Allen key for thinking. It fits perfectly in a 1.5. So just going to undo those post screws, get this nice and ready. Hope you can still hear me as well. My microphone normally runs out, but normally my viewers let me know and I will get my second one out, which is already charged up. So the post holes are open, perfect. So what I want is a 3mm coil. Coil. So I've got a 3.5 in there so far. So I want a 3mm coil round about 5 or 6 wraps round about. So I'll do 5 wraps, check the deck space, and then go from there. Have a quick vape. So with NI80, as you can see, there is some twists there. Don't worry about it. That will come out in the wrapping stage of the coil. So normally with aliens, they have one side with a ridge and then one side without. I find with frame staples that both have a ridge on there, so it shouldn't be too bad. So that is the piece just there. So as well with ribbon wire, with a normal alien wire, 3/4 round wire alien wire, you'd put it on obviously on your jig and you'd wrap it and be done with it. When you're using ribbon wire, because the ribbon wire are stacked side by side, so say that's a piece of ribbon wire, you've got a wide part, which is your 0.3, 0.4 or whatever wideness, and then your 0.1 is your bit that's on the side. So they're all stacked side by side like this, which you're going to end up winding round a coil jig. So what you want to do is you want to take your time and wrap slowly, just so you don't break it out to wrap and those ribbon wires don't collapse. Doesn't collapse. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously put my wire flat against the jig like that. And then first wrap is always the most awkwardest part, but I'm just going to take it really slow because it is ribbon wire. So like I say, your first wrap is always your most awkwardest wrap. So get that one in nice and tight. And then again, like I say, I'm wrapping it really slowly, just to give those ribbons time to fold around and not collapse or break. So that's 3 wraps, that's 4 wraps, sorry, and 5 wraps just there like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly check the deck. So I should get away with an extra wrap, so that's what I'll do. So I'll go for a 6 wrap. So again, I'm going to put an extra wrap, going extremely slow. So I don't want to mess up those ribbon wire in there. So that's the first coil done. There, like that. So again, I'm going to do the same with the second coil and wrap the same way. So I'm well chuffed that the build has come out a lot better this week. So hope you guys have enjoyed the content so far. So again, wrapping slow. First wrap is always your awkwardest wrap. So make sure it's, excuse me, nice and tight. Wrapping really slow. Like I say, it's ribbon wire, so take your time, Give it time to fold around the jig, because you don't want them collapsing or going flat. So we're on 4 wraps. Five wraps, and going in again for a 6th wrap. There we are, guys. So they're the coils all made. I will get you with plenty to spare, yeah. So let me just quickly give you a nice close-up of these coils. Like I say, they've come out a lot better this week, which I'm happy about. So there we are. So 3mm ID, 6 wraps. Okay, Jamie, I appreciate you dropping in, my brother. I appreciate it. Love and respect, my brother. Hopefully I'll see you on the next one. So anyway, there we are. There's a nice close-up there of the coils. Perfect. Look nice. Everything's nice and consistent. Just the way I like it. And I like it to turn out. So let's get them mounted, guys. So let me get you in close again, guys. There we are. So there is the build deck. So I want to cut my leg length. I'm going to start, I mean, I have built this before today. I just can't remember my leg length. So I'm going to start off at 6 mils. We'll start off at 6 mils, and then if I need to cut more off, I will do. But I think 6 mils is a good starting point. Let me get my jig. So 6 mils is a good starting point for me to start with. So let's get that in. So watch your eyes. I want to cut that off. So again, I want to just grab that, make sure the ends don't go everywhere. So just to start off with, I'm just going to lay this coil in here. And then if I need to adjust the leg length, I can do that. So let me just take that post screw out a bit more and that one a bit more. So let's pop that in. So I think 6 mils is just bang on for height. Plus I can pull and manipulate once everything is in and secured down. So let's get these legs secured down. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to nip it up. I'm not going to crank down on them yet. I'm just going to get them in place and nip it up like that. So I'm not going to do anything with that coil to bend it just yet. And again, cutting at 6 mils of leg length. So again, just cut, make sure that doesn't go flying, and again with that one, just want to make sure that's nice and flush, cut, and then not discard that. So 6 mils again, leg length, get the coils into the post like that, situated like that. So again, I'm not doing anything special, cranking down, I'm just nipping it up. And then once I've done some manipulation and stuff like that, I'll check all the posts and crank down. So I'm just going to move that. Same with that one. It should be good. So I'm just going to straighten this coil out. Same with this side as well. I'm just going to straighten it out. And just above the airflow, just there. Just like that. Sorry if I'm out of camera, guys. I'm just trying to make sure there's no wonk on there. So boom. Want to manipulate that coil just slightly into place. And there we are. So that is the coils all mounted. Come on. Come on, Henry. Henry. You. Come on, Henry. You. There we are. That's a bit better. And there we are. So what I'm just going to quickly do, which I don't think will be a problem, there's plenty of room in that in the chimney chamber, but I'm just going to just make sure that I don't hear anything touching. Which I don't. Looks if there's plenty of room in there as well, which is perfect. So I'm going to zero out my mod like so. Gonna pop that on there, see what our resistance is at the moment. So it's coming out at a 0.006. Hopefully it'll jump up just slightly. But last couple of streams, they've been settling at the resistance that it starts with. So I'm not going to be dry firing it at that wattage. No way, Jose. So I'm going to start off at about 30 watts and then increase the wattage as I go and start adding heat. Obviously to the coils, I'm just making sure that everything is good and I don't want to be moving anything once I've started heating up. So that's all ready to heat up now and start introducing some heat. Use some ceramic tweezers, whichever way you like to do it, just do it. Some people say heat it and strum, some people say pinch, some people say stretch. I like to do all three. Excuse me, just making sure that the camera is, microphone is still going. So I apologise if there's some turbulence in the sound just then. I apologise. Right, let's get some heat introduced. So 30 watts, as I said, just to start off with. And let's get some stuff going on, some heat going on. So what you basically want to do is introduce heat, work out any hot spots which are like lightning bolts. You want to work them out, and then obviously get your coil heating from the inside outwards. And then you'll find that there is little bits of colour starting, some golds just there. So straight off the bat, you can see on this side and this side there's some hot spots. So just keep introducing your heat as you need it. Give it a little strum. Some nice colours there, some golds and a few blues there. There we are. So I am just going to give it a little bit of a strum. Want to get it heating up just nice. And as you can see there, slowly coming together. There is some hot spots in there. Just work it out. Give it a little strum. Introduce some heat. Like so. So, like I say, you want to work out any hot spots which look like lightning bolts if you're new or just come across this building video. So, as you can see there, slowly working out good. So, what I didn't do as well is I didn't go round and check all the post screws. So, I'll just quickly do that and give them one last little crank down on there, which I forgot to do. Which I said I was going to do, but forgot to do. So yeah, just nip them up, just so everything will heat up nicely as well. So let's carry on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce a bit more heat. I'm going to go up to 40 watts. And they're looking not too bad. So as you introduce more heat, obviously to it, it's going to create or bring out hot spots and stuff like that in your coils. So you want to make sure you definitely got them embedded in, and then obviously try and fire them at the wattage or just above the wattage that you will be vaping them at. Because you don't want to be dry burning them and then having hot spots when you're vaping them at a higher wattage. So there we are. They are looking nice and sweet. There's a little hot spot just here. Slowly, and that's gone. So again, I'm going to increase the power. I'm going to go straight up to 70 watts. Give it a little pulse. And I'm not doing anything just major. I'm just doing little pulses, seeing if there's any hot spots. There is one just here on the inside, just there. So I'm going to work that out, give it a little strum. That's perfect. Crank it up a bit more. I'm going to crank it up to 90 watts. Like I say, I'm not holding the power button, the fire button, too long. It's just to have a quick pulse and a quick look to see if there's no hot spots at that wattage. So I'm going to go straight up to 110. Just there like that, and give it a slight pulse like that. That's firing nice. That's perfect. And then I'm going to crank it up to 135. Now I probably won't be vaping it at 135. But I'm just making sure that no hot spots coming at that wattage. Recheck the torque. What do you mean? You mean my post screws, Aussie Cup? So they're nice. Gonna let them cool down. Like so. Just gonna let them cool down and then we'll get a final resistance from it. So this should be alright. This is not too much of an older RTA. So yeah, they're nice. Don't want to over torque them. I just want to just check. Give it like a little click. There we are. They're perfectly alright. So there we are. I just want these to cool down. So I'll give it a second just to cool down. So yeah, those post screws are perfect. Aussie Cup. Wow. So I'm just going to pull that off. Just so it's not touching. I'm just going to zero out my mod again. Let that time. Yeah, I'm the same as you, Aussie Cup. I love hex screws or grub Allen Allen head grub screws. I prefer them over Phillips and straight ones. Straight ones I can never get on with. Phillips I can never get on with. So when they are hex, they are perfect for me. And like I say, this tool that I've got is like a proper 1.5 mil. So when it goes into these post screws, it fits nice and tight and snug, and there's no movement in it. So this is like a proper 1.5. I think half the time with the Allen keys that you buy, the cheap ones and the ones that you get with it, and the round off, half the time it's the Allen key that's rounded off. Because screws that I've thought of rounded off and I've put this in, it's not the screws, it's the Allen key that eventually rounds off. So I keep good care of that. That's like the crown jewels for me. Because other ones and cheap ones, I always find that they get a lot of play in them. So they should be nicely cooled down. So let's see what our resting resistance is. And it's come up to a 0.12 in resistance, 0.12 ohms, which is nice. So I want it. They're nicely cooled down. So let's get this wicked up. So my cotton of choice is Kendo Gold Edition. Just works for me. I also use Muji pads and Firebolt cotton. But yeah, there's different types. A bit similar to probably what Maviton is, this Kendo is. Very similar. So this is what I'm going to be using. Come on, Henry. There we are. So it is nice and fluffy, this cotton. I know it looks dense. It isn't dense at all. So I'm just going to rip a slither off. And like I've done in my last stream, when it comes to wicking, I see a lot of people spraying out their cotton like this. And I've got to be honest with you, it has been working pretty nicely doing it this way. And all I'm doing is I'm just pulling those fibers apart. And I mean, this is fluffy as it is, but this does help with the wicking. So all I'm doing is I'm pulling these fibers out like so. Yeah, I think Aussie Cook. I think it's because it's a cotton that's not I can't say bleached, but whitened. It's sort of like more natural, so it's not like dead on really white because it hasn't been bleached. So this is more, it's more, should I say organic? Should I say organic? More organic like. So it hasn't got any crap pumped into it just to make it look nice. It is what it is. So I fanned out that cotton like that. And doing that, the cotton does go a lot further, I find. It does go a lot further and just helps with those thingies. Yeah, you can still get them Aussie cut, and still is a really good cotton as well. So I'm actually going to pull half of that off, and then I'm just going to get rid of any sort of stragglers on there. So this is, like I said, this is a fluffy cotton as it is, but this does help. I have seen other YouTubers do it, and then just very carefully, I'm going to do a roll like that. So it's still nice and fluffy. So let's get this done. So I'm just going to curl the end like that. Put that through the coil. And that is a perfect amount of resistance that I want. So I should be able to do both coils with this piece of cotton. There we are. So I want enough cotton as well to go to the bottom of that deck, or more or less to the bottom of that deck, just so it feeds up. So I want to cut it around about there. Move that around, and then again I should be able to get 2 coils out of this. Try not to waste cotton, and then just carefully pull that through. And it's not in there too tight. As you can see, there's some resistance there. And then this end I'm just going to fan out a bit like that. So I am going to thin the cotton out just slightly, just make that level. Yeah, nice and snug, but not too snug, so there's a little bit of movement in there is what you need. So that's fine. So what I want to do is I want to just thin it out slightly. Nothing too drastic. I just want to thin it out slightly. Because like I said, I've already fluffed it up and everything like that. All I'm doing here is I'm just making sure those fibers at the end are not restricting anything, just so it wicks up nice. So I'm just going to cut it about there, and then I'm just going to carefully tuck that in and see where I am. So I'm just going to pop that in there very, very carefully, just to see if I need to thin it out a little bit more, which I think I will need to. So let's go to the big guns, these. So let me pull out some more of that, or thin out some more of that cotton using these, which should work nicely. So nice and fluffy. Let's test this out for size and just drop that in there like so. Trying to stay in camera as well, guys, sorry. So I'm just going to very carefully pop that cotton through, and that is perfect. So just the right amount of restrictness that I want in that cotton. So I'm just going to pop that in there like so. So as you obviously add juice as well, the cotton will expand as well. So as you can see just there, you want it touching the bottom just like that. It's not completely packed out, it's nice and fluffy. So again, I'm just going to do the same with this side. I'm just going to pick that out just a little bit more, and some under tickle just there. Boom. Keeping it nice and everything nice and fluffy. Give it a chop just there, haircut just there. So I'm really pleased with these coil guys, and thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate all of you that have stuck with this and with me doing the build. I appreciate it. So again, that just looks perfect. Just want it hitting the bottom part of that deck, getting all the straggly ends out of the way. And like I say, not choking that airflow out. So there we are. So nice and fluffy and snug. As you can see, both of the wicks are touching the bottom, which is what you want. It's nice and fluffy as well, so it should wick nicely. So let's tidy up just slightly. So the juice, what juice am I using? So lately I have been really enjoying fruit flavors, and if you know me, you know I'm not much of a fruit flavored person. I'm more of a dessert flavor, but past couple of months I've really been getting into fruit flavors, or this particular flavor, which is the ice melonade from Darkstar. It was a Darkstar's Labs that didn't make a return, which is a shame because it's the only juice with ice that I've liked, because the juice is right subtle. So I'm just going to give that a quick shake. So there we are. Coils are nice. It's all wicked and stuff. I appreciate that, Aussie Cook, my brother. I appreciate it. I think your tip as well has helped a lot as well. Just for the simple fact that I can still use that flat chuck of mine. And because I haven't got those ribbon wires all the way to the end, obviously I can just clamp the round wire in the chuck, which makes it a lot easier as well. So I do appreciate you showing me that little tip that when you're building. So I do appreciate that. So proper old school, I'm using glass bottles with pipettes and all that sort of stuff. So I'm not going to do this at 80. I'm going to bring this back down to 30 just to get these coils juiced up and stuff. So I'm just going to carefully add some juice to the cotton on the side. Start getting that wicking and saturated, and it'll just help a little bit with the wicking as well. So let's get some into the coils. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're all learning from each other, my brother. I've learned some stuff off you, and hopefully this will work with you as well, or help you with your coil builds. So I'm just putting stuff onto the coil and then pressing the fire button just to draw that juice into the center of those coils. Not applying too much heat, that's why it's on low. There we are. Give that another little drench just there. That's perfect. And we've got vapors just there. So let me just turn it up a bit to 60 watts. That's looking good. That's looking really good and tasty. There we are. So that's the build all built up and saturated and where you need it to be, which is perfect. So I'm going to take this off here. Now normally I'd use a mech. Now I don't really use tanks or RTAs on mechs. I don't know why. It's just I prefer an RDA on a mech. So what I'm going to do with this is I am going to put it on a regulated device, is what I'm going to do. So let me fill this tank up. So look for the troll sign and then that's where you slide it open, just like that. So because of those membranes, you're going to find it hard, especially with a pipette, to do it. So I'm going to use a syringe to fill the tank. It'll be easier, quicker and less messier as well for me, especially online. Especially on a live, I mean, not online. So I'm just going to get some juice in my syringe. So I can't just measure this bubble glass because the markings have gone off my my syringe, basically like that. There's no markings on it, so I can't tell exactly how much is in there. So I'm just going to pop that through and then slowly dump some juice in there. Leave a little air pocket, slide that back over. That's perfect. So there's no flooding so far. So let me take that off because I won't need it anymore. Make sure my mic is done. So like I say, regulated device that I'm going to put this on. So let me put it on something that's about 10 years old. Came out around about 2015-ish type. And that is the RX200, the original RX200. And same with this one, it looks a bit beaten because it was a regularly used mod and there was a wrap on it originally. But this is just the paint chipping off. Like I say, there's a bit of old wrap there where the paint has come off with the constant use. So I think maybe at some point I might strip it and repaint it. But yeah, all that's nice and clean in there. So triple battery device, one of the good triple battery devices from back in the day. So I'm going to get some batteries. I'm using married batteries for a triple battery device. Don't use odd batteries and everything. And I put letters on it so I can rotate them as I use them. So as you can see, the two batteries that go in the back go positive side down. So first battery is going to go in there, which is A. I like to do it that way. Second battery in there, which is B. Just like that. And then fold the ribbon over and then put C in there. And we've got power. Magnetic door, still good. There is the screen. So simple screen, as you can see. So you've got your battery indicator, your resistance, your voltage, and your wattage just there. I'm going to turn that down because these aren't like modern mods where you put it in and it puts in the recommended wattage. This will just fire on whatever wattage is just there. True, just all battle scars, but still working. I mean, this is a 10-year-old device and it is still working. So there we are. I will put this mod on here, this RTA on here right now. So this is where I get a bit fuzzy with this mod because I thought originally this mod was for 22mm devices, but no, it's 25. So boom, still no flooding. So on this it is saying it's a 1.6 resistance. So that definitely needs more power. So let's get up to about 85. That's a lot better. So tasting good so far. So I'm gonna adjust the camera up and we'll talk about it a bit and go from there, guys. So boom, swivel you around. And bring you up here. I'll try and bring you up here. There we are. And we're good. Boom. And get you here. There we are. A lot better. A lot better. So guys, there you have it. A lot better with this week's build, which I'm happy. Everything came out nice, looking lovely and everything. So appreciate you all that has been in, out, dipping in and out, those that have stayed. I appreciate it. All the people that I've learned off as well. There's different people, Aussie Cook being one of them. He's been giving me tips as well, and as well as I've probably been giving him tips with these videos and stuff. So I'm just putting stuff away, guys. So yeah, so the Troll X RTA. Troll X RTA just there in gold. Bubbles there, no flooding. So it's definitely not underweight. So on this, it is saying it's a 0.16 resistance. Okay, 85 watts. Let's have a two. Nice. So I've got airflow open all across the board. So like I say, it's triple. So you've got 1, 2, and then three just there. So that's fully open. Vapor's nice. Flavor is great on it. Can't complain about the flavor. It is really airy. So I'm going to cut it off one of the airflow holes just there. Nice, nice. So I am going to open it back up a bit. So yeah. Right, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Just got a bit of a dry hit there. Let me turn it down just slightly. And let me give a primer puff. So anybody who's watching this that doesn't know what a primer puff is, I'm just going to close the airflow and give it a quick suck. Give it a bit of a primer puff there. I'm going to cut this off 2 airflows. I have turned it down to 80 watts. Let's see how it goes. I might have to dump the tank and maybe adjust the wicking a bit. So yeah. That seems to be going. Let me just give this a couple of minutes. Like I say, I might have to maybe re-wick. See how it goes. Like I say, I'm going to knock one down. Just leave it like this. This is quite an airy RTA. I mean, the original build that I had on this Aussie Cook, I don't think was a flat wire or a Fralian build, and it is quite an airy RTA. It's a lot smoother with that honeycomb insert that I put in. Proper loving that white chocolate and raspberry donut. See how it goes. Hydrate. Cheers, guys. Right, let's have a little toot on this and see how it goes. I might have to go back to the wicking. So that's coming through. No. So I've messed up with the wicking. So what I'm going to do, where's that troll face, is I'm just going to take the juice out. I'm going to syringe the juice out and just go back to that wicking. Just there. So one of those things that you need to obviously check. That's something I'm probably going to have to look at, Lee. I haven't tried it in a single coil. So yeah, that's pretty dry. So yeah, look at that. That is not wicking efficiently. So what I am going to do is with my tweezers, I am just going to move that cotton a bit. Make a little adjustment here and fan it out a bit. So again, I'm just going to, I know you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just adjusting, obviously, the cotton a bit. Obviously, I want it to wick good. So I'm just making some air waves to it. So I do have the tank upside down. I'm just making sure that I don't lose anything. So guys, I'll just whip you down like that so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm just making sure I'm going to get the juice in there. So get this juiced up again. And we'll go from there. There we are. So let's check that out now and see if that's helped in any way or just I've made it worse. Right, let's try again without spilling my juice everywhere, or the juice that's left in the tank. Oh, and we're back on. Troll face forward, and I'll dump some juice in here. Won't dump a lot in. See how we go with the wicking. If not, then I will have to pull the wick out and start again. So see how that works out. See if that goes dry on me. Who knows? Boom. And we're back. Thanks for being patient. See, it doesn't always work, even for us that do it all the time. So, excuse me. So let's try again. I haven't filled the tank up completely. See how it goes. So that definitely tastes better. Let me bump it back up to 85 watts where I was originally. So 85 watts. Let's see how this goes. So it tastes better, but I have drenched it with juice. So can you hear me again, guys? Just switched out my mic just there. This one is dead. So let's get this other one on charge straight away. So anyway, where were we? So let me give this a bit of a working out and see if I've made it better. or haven't made any change whatsoever. So still a nice, great flavoursome RTA. When I originally built it perfectly. It's just one of those things with wicking. With that honeycomb insert, definitely makes the airflow a lot smoother. So I think just a little bit of adjustment was needed there. Let me bump it up to 90 watts. So it's a little bit better. It didn't get dry. It hasn't got dry yet. So 90 watts. Let's try that. Seems to be wicking. We've got bubbles. Got bubbles, so it seems to be wicking. That was my throat that was dry, not the vape. So I'm gonna go to where I was before with one hole switched off. Excuse me. Yeah, a lot nicer. So yeah, it looks like the cotton just needed a little bit of adjustment there. Yeah, that's wicking perfectly now, and as you can see, there's plenty of bubbles in there. So it's definitely wicking a lot better. Just a little bit of adjustment there. Yeah, that's kicking ass a lot more now. So let me bump it up to 95 watts. See how high I can go with this. So 95 watts. I think 95 watts, it tastes a lot better. The ice is hitting my throat a little bit more. That is nice. So let me get it up to 100 watts. 100 watts. And bubbles. Still loads of bubbles. There, so it's wicking fine. Really, really nice RTA for a 5-year-old RTA. A lot better. $100 watts, I think, is where it's at. One airflow hole closed. It's wicking a lot better, that. Nice little RTA. Got these cheap. If you want to know where I did get them, just drop me a personal note, because I can't leave any links because of YouTube. Very, very cloudy in here. It's warm. Warm on the borderline of hottish, but that's the way I like it. I like it hot. That's basically why I like my low ohm builds and a mech mod. Yeah. Is where I like it. But yeah, this is just it's on the borderline of warm becoming hot. I think we can even bump that up a bit more. Let's go up to 110 watts. Need to keep an eye on the juice as well. So 110 watts. So that Aussie cook has brought it from warm to hot, and that is nice. Nicely saturated that. A lot smoother. That's even nicer at 110 with one airflow hole off. And as you can see, it's wicking perfectly fine, wicking like a champ. And those coils are absolutely slapping. Definitely try a flat wire if you're a builder. If you're not a builder and you use coil makers, there's plenty of them out there. Some brilliant coil makers out there. Try a Fralian, get a Fralian, and try that. So, boom, filled it back up a bit. Let's go on. It's just the ice that's kicking my throat. It's not dry or anything. And it's not flooding in any way. Nice little 24mm RTA. I might have probably the only con I would have had about this is maybe just the bubble glass being just maybe slightly fatter and wider. Because I think with the bubble glass, it takes 4.5 mils of e-liquid. You are so right, Aussie Cook. Since I've been playing around with flat wire, I have been preferring a flat wire build a lot better. So once you go flat, there is really no going back. So that's nice. I do like the drip tip on there, but my favorite drip tip is obviously this brass one that I've had for years. It was a Vince's tip. If you knew Vince's tip from back in the day, you probably know who I'm talking about. Doesn't make tips anymore, but I do have about half a dozen, just over half a dozen of his tips, and they're still going great. Nothing's separated or anything, but yeah, that looks, I think, a lot better on there. So let's try it with that. It's a slightly wider bore drip tip as well. So let's try it with that drip tip. Yeah, I like that drip tip a lot better. A lot better. Still wicking like a champ. Can't complain about that RTA whatsoever. Nice little retro build for this week. Everything has gone to plan because I've been practicing as well. Can't complain one bit about that coil build. Yeah, and the flavour from that juice as well is pumping and up there. RX 200, an old but gold device. Still working, still a great device. I do have, I think, a third generation RX 200 as well. I did have a DNA version. I think, was it the DNA version? But I did give it away to a friend. But yeah, still a nice little classic mod there. That is wicking a lot better. A lot better. So any questions for the guys that are in? appreciate all of you that are being in here, still in here. Hope you've enjoyed today's live. Really liking this tank, and I think the drip tip obviously changes the way a tank looks as well. Looks beautiful, nice little tank. So, for the people that are still in here, and obviously for the replay crew, what's your opinion on tanks on a mech mod? Now, I'm not saying it's a wrong thing, it's just for me, I think a tank looks weird on a mech mod. I think an RDA looks a lot better on a mech mod. I tend to, if I'm using a tank, I tend to elevate more to a regulated mod rather than a mech mod. I just think for me, tanks for me don't look right on a mech mod. I'm not saying that it's wrong, it's just my personal preference. Other people, they love the tanks on the mech mods. Me personally, I prefer an RDA on a mech mod. So what do you guys like? Do you guys like a tank on a mech mod? Do you like a tank more in a regulated mod? But I tend to elevate more to an RDA on a mech mod. I'm not saying I've never used a tank on a mech mod. I have. It's just, it's weird vaping off a tank on a mech mod. Old schools. Yeah. I'm like you, Aussie Cook. Old school, no tank on a mech mod. Lee? Yeah. Some do look good. And like I say, it's not like I've never used a tank on a mech mod. I'll think to myself, yeah, I'll put this tank on a mech mod and I'll vape it a couple of times. I'm like, no, and I need to take it off, sort of thing. And I know that sounds weird. It's just my preference. I prefer an RDA on a mech and a tank on a regulated device. So, still at 110 watts. What I'm going to do is I'm going to chain vape it and see what happens. See if I get a dry hit. I'll start off with 5 pulls on it and we'll go from there. So I won't be taking no small pulls. I'll be taking some nice pulls off it and we'll go from there. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, for anybody who's watching, if you're using a mech mod or even a hybrid mech mod, don't use a sub-ohm tank on a mech mod. You're just asking for trouble. So, let's see how this goes. That's 5. Toasty, very toasty. I think that's about 10. So the tank isn't that hot, but the mod is getting hot. Very cloudy in here. Very cloudy. That is wicking, and I think I've more or less done this tank dry. So just that slight adjustment to the wicking there just made it wick more efficiently. Just don't do it, Lee. I mean, I think probably back in the day we did mess around, but back then, yeah, like you say, you have that pin in between your met mods, but hybrid, yeah, don't do it. Don't do it at all. Still wicking good. Still wicking extremely good. Yeah. 110 watts it is, kicking it at 110 watts. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it there for this week's live stream. Kicked out a lot better today. Build went a lot better and all that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn my mic off because I need to blow my nose and nobody needs to hear that. There we are, we're back. So like I say guys, I'm going to leave it there for this week's stream. It's been really good. Build came out great and everything, so I'm happy about that. Thanks to everybody that has joined, that is here, still here. I appreciate and love you all. It's you people that keep me behind this camera and keep me streaming every week. So if you're new or on the hashtag replay crew and you've stumbled across my video, I'm here every Tuesday at 8 p.m. UK time doing a live stream where I will be having a drink of some sort, whether it's alcoholic or not. Be making a coil from scratch, and then obviously vaping something retro or old school, depending on how you look at it. The way I look at it, 5 years and above, or if 10 or more RTAs from various companies have come out after that product, I consider it retro. So like I say, there's loads of stuff that I've got that I will be dipping in and out of. I will be revisiting some devices that I've already used, whether doing a single coil or anything. This one is definitely going to be a revisited one because somebody says they shined better. I can't remember which one of you said that it shines better with a single coil, so I might revisit this with a single coil as well. So, yeah, thank you for that, Aussie Cook. I appreciate you. Like I say, I'll be here next week, same time, doing this same old stuff as well. Anything new that I get, obviously, I will do. Like last week, I did the Turnstone and the Emperor RTA by Early Bird. If you haven't got one of their devices, please try it because they are excellent. Join them on social media as well. Follow them on social media, Early Bird as well, and all that. Definitely use it. I will be doing a review, separate review for the Turnstone and the Emperor RTA. So keep your eyes out for that on the channel. And obviously, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment and share. That's what helps this channel out a lot more and gets the videos out to people who need to see it. We're not liked by YouTube at the moment, so we have to be very, very careful. So word of mouth is how we get our videos out there. So appreciate you all for joining. I've got a couple of clicks before I end the live stream, which is on my last click. So again, guys, thanks for joining. Shout out to the hashtag replay crew. I will see you next week, hopefully, for some more good stuff as well. So thanks for joining, guys, and I will see you next week. Love and respect. Vape safe, guys.